Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? Okay, bro. What the fuck? That's fucked up, man. That's fucked up. I'm not adding truth bomb, but what do you mean? What do you mean? No. By the way, chat, did you guys see my latest tweet? Banger tweet, by the way.
A special place in my heart.
Last night, Nick sent me this DM at 2 a.m. I probably should sleep early. And I thought it was funny, so I posted it on Twitter. And then this morning, I had a really good idea for an insane banger joke. Lil Bro breaking his oath to commit to a long night's oath and then wondering why his long night's oath is falling behind. SMH. Listen, that's all I'm saying, you know? Alright. What if we get another upgrade today? Is 230k DPS good for Molani? What? Yeah. Do you mean 230k like chomps? Because that's not 230k DPS. I feel like if you're able to tell that your team is at 230k DPS, you probably don't need me to tell you if that's good. So I'm gonna assume that you meant 230k chomps. No, like 230k DPS. And why are you asking me? If you know enough about Genshin to be able to calc your fucking team DPS, you know that 230k DPS is good. We got a double drop, 2 hats. Both of them bad. Leaker's bomb today. It's not even a real Leaker's bomb. Like, we got like 7 new leaks, and not a single one of them is relevant. But don't worry, we'll look at all of them. We will. You have to jump really high if you're not getting good pieces. It's hard to set it up. But you're right. You're right, I did forget to jump really high. Alright. Last one of the day. I'm gonna sneeze. What am I doing? Okay. 2 days left for that, but whatever. You're in the wrong chat, Animal Goblet. I mean, I have a pretty good Long Night Stealth Animal Goblet. It'd be Long Night Path. SMH my head broke it, right? Alright, we're done with our dailies. We're gonna do wheelies today? I guess I could do one of them. Alright, any helpers? What's the, like, #1 priority right now? I guess it's this. Unlucky. Did bro just ult? I can't. Alright. Did I ask Zajef today? No. No, I don't believe so. There's something I needed to do. I forgot what it was. We'll figure it out eventually. Is it time to look at the leakers? Chat? Alright, chat. Let's take a look at the new leaks we got. So number 1. Characters. 5-star Electro Polearm, 5-star Dendro Catalyst, and 4-star Hydro Claymore. So 3 new characters next batch. Finally getting a Hydro Claymore. But I mean, we saw it coming with the event weapon, right? An EM Claymore that buffs Hydro reactions, like, yeah. Loma Kit Crumbs. Lunar Bloom support. Skill applies Dendro in the background and follows the character. AoE is similar to Kirara's. What? Kirara doesn't have off-field app. What does that even mean? Oh well. They mean seat lollies. Oh, I see. Let's see. Okay, shut up. A little burst grants a special effect for a duration. During this time, she gains stacks. When any team member triggers Lunar Bloom, 1 stack is consumed to boost the damage. Oh. Oh? It can crit and can trigger Hyper Bloom and Burgeon? Wait. Wait. Yeah, I guess this doesn't actually say that the Hyper Blooms can crit. Also, it might be like Lunar Charge where the damage is just like significantly lower. And it actually just sucks. Nilo's max potential. Hold on. Wait for a Columbina to release first. Oh boy. 1 copy of the 4-star Claymore will be available for free. Okay. So there's this region. There are this region's Kachina. 6.0 Electrochromes. Phyllis. Lunar Charge. DPS. Yeah. Welcome back, Sino, true. Yeah, actually, if they're a polearm user and they use their skill, maybe. Well, if this skill doesn't do any damage, maybe not. But I'm wondering how good the Staff of Scarlet Sands would be on them. If they don't scale well with attack, then I guess it would be bad, huh? Yeah, never mind. Okay. Info on the 6.0 characters. Yeah. Nothing new here. But yeah, this is a whole lot of yapping just to say that the only new thing we know is that... Actually, there's nothing new we know. Like... Actually, no. Just to say that the only new thing we know is that the Dendro reaction that Llama is buffing is Bloom reactions, not spread. That's pretty much the only new thing we know, and it's not all that useful. Beta is in like a week anyway? Yeah, it is. Could be good for Tough Nutty Hyperbloom. Why would it be good for Tough Nutty Hyperbloom? I see a Kniech Burgeon vision. True. Crit scaling. But why would it be better for Tough Nutty Hyperbloom than any other Hyperbloom team? Because Tough Nutty builds crit, but Tough Nutty's not the one triggering Hyperbloom, so why would it look at his crit? I just want to play Tough Nutty? I see. Well... Sucks to be you, I guess. Lol. Oh yeah, maybe it also takes into account everyone's stats like Lunar Charge does. Who knows? So Luna's gonna go crazy with a hybrid Raiden? That's so true. So true. Know how nice C2 will work with that crit scaling? Yeah, me too. But from what I've seen, it doesn't seem like the Lunar Charge numbers are bigger when they crit. It seems like they're the same size. So maybe they're not counted as a crit. And so you could just crit, like, you could just, like, double crit, basically. Should I try to see if I can get my fearless time lower than this? I am kind of curious if we would be able to. I don't think I'm beating 69 though. Maybe I am actually. No, I can for sure. I'm also kind of curious, maybe the best thing here would be this. And then here, obviously. I'm pretty sure Molani's just better if I'm doing my rotations right. And we gotta check everyone's builds. That's not a good start. Yeah. That's fine. No. I'll keep her on this for now. Right, let's try this first. But I'm pretty sure we can reach below 220, but I don't think we can reach below 210. Ah, bad RNG here. Wasn't great, but for now it'll do. Just have a baseline. Bad RNG and not the best gameplay, but it worked, more or less. Five! Took us like 8 seconds of normal, 2 full strings. Dude! Okay. Okay. That's on me. Is you okay? I mean, she was still at 30, but it wasn't enough. That was not great, honestly. You move down to the right? Sure. Ah, that's really bad. for now. Wasn't the best, but... Wait. That's already less than 220. That's funny. We already beat our score. Even with that fucking dog shit gameplay. That we just... yeah. I guess because it was mostly Tulpa, right? But we can get better here, for sure. Bro, why am I never critting my fucking first vape? Again, like, it's just refusing to crit the first vape. Do I have really low crit rate or something? No. Not even close to really low crit rate. But I guess this is not the best build. Oh. I'm an idiot. I can't yoink that from Verissa. Oh my god, we got the first crit. I didn't pay attention. I don't know if I got a crit on that one. Okay, this is actually pretty good. Well, we kind of got unlucky there, though. Yeah. Bad RNG there. It is what it is. Nice. I'm pretty sure both of the hits I took were not real hits. The second one, I died in the middle of a dash animation. Bro. He's gonna do the annoying thing now, isn't he? Yeah. Maybe I should just do Mawika carry, but I feel like it's gonna be worse. I think, first of all, I'll go on this one, because I think this one's the easiest one to upgrade. I'm going to be smart about things, and I'm going to use... Okay. I'm going to proc the Fav first. I'm going to proc the Fav. It's like fucking 8 hits. I know I don't have that much crit rate, but it is fucking high refined Fav. There we go. That was already quite a bit better. Oh! Sub 210! Huge! Fucking insane! So sub 210 was doable. Huge. Sub 200? I'm pretty sure sub 200 is impossible. One, two, three, four. One, missed the crit. Two, three, four. Maybe I should have bursted. In my brain, I didn't think burst was a good idea because I thought the animation was too long, and I think I was expecting to kill before needing the full string, but I guess burst was better. That's fine though. I don't even know if it would have been faster. The burst animation is slow. Like, the burst animation itself isn't that bad, but it takes a while until it's like... 1, 2, 3, 4. That was awful. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, like this is what I mean, right? Like it takes so long for the damage to go off. I think I wanna intentionally do slightly shorter rotations. A bit less damage. Because I'm overkilling with a burst at the end anyways. So you can probably shave off like 3 seconds if we do this. Shaved off 2 seconds here. Not bad. Chat, I've just had an insanely good idea. Well, this is awful RNG for the spawning. That didn't hit? No shot. Okay, this was fucking terrible. I mean, this is fine for now, but... I'm pretty sure I'm just cooked here. Nothing I can do. Gonna do no damage. Yeah. Man, fucking pissing me off. Please stop spawning 83 kilometers away. That's good. That was so bad. How was that so bad? I guess it was just bad RNG on the attacks. Awful RNG again. Nothing I can do about that. Dog shit RNG. Fucking shielded up at like a minute 5. Like, god damn it, man. How are they so far? This is looking like decent RNG, probably. There we go. How did my dash input not go through? We did it. We did it. We did it. Let's go! I can't. Even the 46 months rise. Was that intentional? Yeah. Yeah, it was. I can shave off time in all 3 of the fights, but I don't want to. You think Dire is possible with these times? No. Not even close. Dire Lava Dragon is possible. Dire for the others is not. I mean, yeah, she's gonna be fine on Hyper Bloom. Yeah. What is this? I don't like this, chat. This feels like the sort of stuff that should not be made by official channels. It makes it so much less funny when it's an official thing. Right? Like, it makes it feel like Minions. You know? Where it's like manufactured and so artificial. But oh well. Oh well. No! It records the fastest one, not the most recent one? No! My triple 69! We're bricked, man. We're so bricked. We're so bricked. Yeah, time to reroll the account, honestly. Have we unlocked the maximum thing for this? We have. Alright. Who wants to come help? Any helpers in the chat? On N8? We can do it in co-op, might as well. Zero NA viewers, true. That is so true. I can, but gotta give me a second. Alright. Matchmaking is awful. Okay, I saw that people were molding so hard about this. Like, no! You can't use a character that's not involved in the reaction. That's not allowed! But like, why do you care? Like, it's not that big of a deal. Like, just play your favorite character, man. Who the fuck cares? That being said, that applies to your co-op matchmaking. If you grief me after joining my stream, I will kick you and ban you in chat. I'm kidding. I won't do that. I can't also go Kanich, right? Or I can? I don't know. I don't give a shit. I'm going Orisa. Orisa's my goat. Wait, no, I should go for this because I spam burst. Healing Marissa. I don't even need the Proto Amber. Healing is useless. Maybe it would be useless in co-op matchmaking, but my viewers are really bad at the game. Okay, we're actually taking so much damage from the stage effect. I'm glad I went the healing thing. Eee! No one saw that. What? Okay, what is killing me? Actually, I didn't get hit by anything there. I'm confused. I'm confused. What killed me there? Burning? Really? The stage effect? Oh, is there a stage effect that kills you? But like, I got one shot. Like, I took like all my HP in like half a second. The stage effect does damage over time, no? Whatever, it's fine. Stop fighting the Electro Slime. I'll do what I want. Whatever. Bro, I'm getting one shot. Okay, actually, I think it's Nahida's fault. Fucking Folium Nahida's good, like, is burning me to death. Like, look at the damage I'm taking from the burning. Yeah, this is, like, really bad, huh? It's fine. It's more fun when it's not trivial. So I'm actually happy that we are playing a shit team. Wait, we're not even gonna get any of the goals, are we? Okay. I am actually a little confused. Is it supposed to be this difficult? Or are the people that are co-oping with me just, like, the worst builds ever? Yeah? Okay. I guess I'm kind of running it down with the Verissa then. It's okay. Alright. This is more fun than I expected it to be, honestly. That's just because you're playing Verissa? You're so right. It probably is just because I'm playing Verissa. Again? Burning again? Can I change my build? I'm not allowed to change my build, right? That's so dumb. I can't leave or change my build? God, whatever. These people, these things suck. Whatever. At least it's a new type of enemies. Oh, is it not the same stage stuff? It's not dealing damage to me. Bro, we're actually smurfing on this one. Let's pick these up, do normal attacks. Pick these up, do normal attack. Pick this up, do normal attack. Pick this up, do normal attack. Pick this up, do normal attack. Go, we can do it again. Pick this up, do normal attack. Pick this up, do normal attack. Pick this up, normal attack. We're not gonna get to 2K, but it is what it is, I guess. We got relatively close, much closer. Why do you need to pick it up? It's the stage effect. When you pick up the balls, your next normal attack deals true damage. This one I think we might struggle with. Not if they spawn that close, though. Okay, they don't spawn that close. That was just the first wave. Oh my god. Well, I don't think we'll get this at the bonus, but we'll at least get the primary this time. Oh well. Can't kill a hilly troll with 2 plunges. We have a Nahida on the team that is providing us with nothing. Did I just fucking double click my E by accident? Alright. I feel like I hard carried that one, by the way. Holy shit. That boss is so fun to do with Versa, because you don't have to do charge attacks anymore, so you can just do jump lunges. Oh. Create a healing effect at least 25 times. Oh, that's so funny. Alright, if it's burning again, I'm gonna fucking ult F4, dude. I'm like... Okay. I'll go... Yo, why is little bro on Yelan instead of Escafir or Farina? Put the support in the bag, little bro. Where's Escafir? There she is. That's fine. Don't you dare be on this, Farina. You better get incisive support. Thank you. Wait, I have to check the stage effect. It's just defeating opponents. Alright. Alright, Skirk. You go ham. Look at that attack speed, man. Holy. Okay, chat. I feel like I have a really funny idea. Let's make some food. Okay. I think that's enough. Actually, no, we can definitely make more food. Anyone want to hit my food thing? Damn, they didn't hit it. Because in AoE there, it's not like my skill actually does anything. Break away on shield one time. Oh. So we want to actively let one of the way obs shield up. Oh. I see that's not going to be a problem. That Electro Wyob in the back is looking a little scary, huh? Come on, Skork. It's white shield destroyed? Really? Oh, cooked. Create healing effects. No more than 10 hits taken. Hit opponents with plunges. Trigger freeze reactions. How the fuck are we supposed to hit opponents with plunges? What? Wind current? What wind current? I don't see a wind current. Well, whatever. Oh, I didn't get the... I got hit more than 10 times. Oops. But, like, how are you supposed to do that? What? Well, whatever. It's not like it matters, because we wouldn't have been able to get enough to max it out anyway, so we would have had to do one more. Alright, surely we'll get one electro reaction, right? We got Dendro, Pyro, Hydro, Cryo. Yeah, let's go! Create a healing effect, fall less than next times. Trigger the theme. Use burst. Yeah, Varissa's gonna be my goat here for sure. I think I'll just go for this. Someone needs to take this one, by the way. This one would also be useful, but oh well. Great Shield 6 times. Okay. I mean, this is made for Varissa. Oops. Good start. Who would win, Healer Varissa or Dull Sword Chlorine? Bro, Healer Varissa wins against fucking R1 Chlorine, so be so for real right now. Free healing effects, don't fall, trigger reaction theme, alright. Yeah. Oh my god. Beige. We might be killing them too fast to trigger the right amount of reaction regimens. Yeah, PMA is the worst boss because it has so much stalling. Stop hitting it. We don't want hit lag. Alright, but that's probably the most points we've gotten, right? 192. Huge. Yeah, we didn't get 6 reaction regimen. We only got 4. It's probably 5 actually, but yeah. You finished the event on EU? No. I don't know if I'll do that today though. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 300 primos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 120, so 420 primos. Total of what, 14 times 280k Mora? No, a little bit less. These weren't Mora. So, good stuff. Matchmaking settings. Huh. Two pulls. Yeah. Slowly but surely, we're getting back up to 100k primos. I don't know what to expect from Nogcry. I hope Nogcry characters don't make me want to pull them as much as Natlan characters did. Because if they do, I'm gonna be so fucking poor. Oh, there are a lot of skips? Yeah, me too. You want Inefa? Yeah, I do. Okay, I'm gonna be fully honest with you guys though. There is a chance I end up deciding not to go for Inefa, right? I don't think I'll pull for her on day 1. I think I'll do my testing on someone else's account instead of mine. Because I wanna see the leaks for the 6.0 carry before I pull for Inefa. If the 6.0 carry doesn't care that much about having Inefa on the team, I might skip her. You can already see the people saying, I thought you said you were gonna skip if you end up pulling her? Yeah. Oh my god, that's a lot of why me's. Does Sidali's value diminish if I have C6 Malika or go up? Why would it diminish? Like, am I missing something? I guess you are adding a good amount of unreactable motion value. So it does make melt a little bit less important to some extent. I thought maybe she already has so much Def Shred, that's all. Oh, no. See, Lolly isn't Def Shred, it's Res Shred. Res Shred and Def Shred are different things. They don't interact with one another. Like, having more Res Shred does not change the value of Def Shred, and vice versa. How relevant do you think Iskafi will be in the future if I don't have her, but I have Skirk? It's hard to tell. We can actually talk about this a little bit. Right. Like, let's do a quick little... Actually, first, let's return to single player. Let's do a quick little napkin math Skirk calc for Iskafi and compare it to what would happen if we got a new healer that was actually good for those teams. So, base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack, crit value, crit multiplier, damage percent. We don't need to have multiple sources because it's a napkin math. Like, whatever. I can't be bothered. Effective attack, motion value, damage, DPS. Skirk. Alright, current best Skirk team, in my opinion, is the Molani version. Not that there's a particularly big gap between any of them, but Skirk, Iskafi, Molani, Arena. $359 plus. Do we assume finale or Sig? I think we'll assume finale. Attack percent, finale, sands, substats, COM. If we're really being smart about this, you probably give Noblesse to Escoffier in practice. But I think there's like 3 people in the world that will be willing to do that. So, yeah, let's just leave it at that. We can probably, in a team like this, default to the 20-second rotation that's 4 and 5D. Or N5Q, 3 and 5D. Right? Maybe? I need to check the rotation length real quick, though. I kind of goofed. Two, 3, 4. We can do a little bit more than that. Two, 3. I don't know. I don't know what rotation I'd want to settle on. Something was weird there. I think my brain short-circuited. Yeah, we can definitely do an exactly 20-second rotation with that includes Molani burst. We definitely have time. We could even do a little bit more than that, technically, but I don't think it's... Is 3 and 5 and 4 C/N5 not the best anymore? If you do your dash cancel inputs well enough, you can get 4 and 5s without additional Serpent Subtlety. Just from the base Serpent Subtlety plus the 3 Void Rifts from that you absorb with Q. For now, I think I'll just default to these rotations because that allows you to do actually an exactly 20-second rotation reliably. Because you have like 0.5 seconds, actually a little bit more. You have like 1 second of wiggle room in your setup. So as long as you do the like dash cancels at the right timing, your rotation will actually reliably be the lowest amount of time it can be. Anyways, 350 plus like 4.8% of 25%, or is it 24%? 25%, whatever, of this 25%. Of your HP, which with double hydro is gonna hover at like 22k probably. Okay. Crit value 98.4. 62.2, 20 times 6.6, 72, and probably about 2/3 uptime on car resonance, so 20%. And multiplier, this square divided by 8 plus 1. Damage percent, Arena, Molani, 2-piece, Goblet. Is that it? I think that's it. Effective attack. Motion value. 1.7 times. 4 times 262.6 plus 236.8 plus 149.7 times 2 plus 159.2 times 2 plus 388.7. And that's it. I forgot the damage percent you get from this. It's 20% on half the attacks. Right? So it's 10% basically. damage. We have 55 shreds, so times 1.225. Personal DPS, 77k. Alright. Let's go here. Oh. Okay. 347 plus 565. 46.6 times 2. 20% from subs. 20 from TOM. Crit value. Crit multiplier. Damage percent. We have a... sure. Sure. No. 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 70. Effective attack. Total attack times crit multiplier times 1 plus damage percent. Motion value, here we're going to cheat a little bit. I don't want to be... I don't want to have to go through the hassle of having 2 separate calcs for effective attack on skill and on burst. So, since I know that the burst is going to be at about half the effective attack of the average skill hit, I'm just going to divide the motion value of the burst by 2. Because I just cannot be bothered. So, skill damage, 90.7. Plus 60.5. Plus 20 times 216. Plus 1007.8 divided by 2. Alright. Maloney. Base HP, 15,185. HP percent, 46.6. Actually, do we just go ER Sands and avoid the hassle of having to do an ER calc? I'm kind of down. Yeah, fuck it. 25%. Plus... what was it? 35.9? 35.2. 20 from subs. Good value. Same as this, basically. Good multiplier. Exactly same as this. Damage percent. Alright, so... maybe about 200 average fanfare by the time you swap to Molani. We do have this. We don't have this. Effective HP. Motion value. 15.62. I'm not even gonna assume 1 stack. I'm gonna assume 0 stack. Plus 99.3. Plus 15. Okay. And finally, Farina. Base HP, 15,307. HP percent. We don't have a main stat, but instead, we have 2-piece TOM. We have Sands. We have Goblet. Crit value. Same as this. Crit multiplier. Damage percent. About 200 average is probably fair. I should probably reduce this a little bit as well, actually. Why is Kyrgyz base attack 900 and Melanian Farina 15k? These are base HP. So these are attack scalars, these are HP scalars, but I don't want to make a whole ass new, like, 4 additional rows for all the HP when I can just reuse these rows because they function the same way, just on a different stat, right? HP percent, just like attack percent, has a base, a percentage increase, a flat increase that leads to a total. So there's no reason to make 4 new rows when I can just reuse them. If there was a character that had, like, relevant attack and HP scaling, I'd have to make a new row. But there isn't. Anyways, effective HP is going to be this. Motion value. 1.4 times. What was it again? 1354, I think. 5.82 times 13 plus 10.73 times 5 plus 14.92 times 4. Alright, so this team's at around 120k. We can also take a look at the different rotation. It probably will calc a little bit higher, but it's less brain dead, so I don't know if I actually want to do it. But what is the different rotation? It's I gotta remember what it is. I fucked up. That does seem more or less like what we want to do. I'm not sure if that's still 20 seconds, though. I think it's a little bit more. Alright. So let's look at Farina's skill cooldown. Oh no, it's pretty much exactly 20 seconds. I fucked it up though. I actually did my cancels too well, and it made it so that my charge attack input happened before my skill was over. I kind of fucked that up, but it's fine. Reno burst timing doesn't actually matter. One, two, three, four. Yeah, that's actually pretty much exactly 20 seconds. I have about 1.5 seconds left on skill cooldown when I swap back to Farina. And then the burst, that's basically just the burst animation. But this one, in practice, won't actually be 20 seconds because there's always going to be a little bit of error that we need to assume. So I think assuming 20.5 instead of 20 for this one is probably more reasonable. But the motion value is so much higher, it's probably worth it. Anyways, so we lose the Maloney burst. And our rotation length is now 20.5. But in exchange, .1. How long does it take to do this? I need to check. Won't be able, actually, we can do it on the first one if we just do this. I didn't even fucking check the timer when I pressed skill. Am I an idiot? I am an idiot. Three, four. There's like 12 seconds basically. That means we do need to assume lower TTDS uptime. Yeah. It's a little bit higher, but it's not that much higher. Although with this, you're probably gaining a lot of value from, right, this is 121.6. Yeah, Noblesse Escoffier is just better here. Oh well. I'll be right back, chat. I'm back, chat. But yeah, there's not much of a difference between the two combos here, so meh. Guards, make sure you earn your keep. Anyway, so now that we have our calc set up, we can answer the question that was asked earlier, which was, how important is this Zajef long term for Skirk team? And like, yeah. So let's take a look at what would happen if you replace this Zajef with a few other different characters, of other elements, right? Like we can assume, what if Shilonen was Cryo, for example, right? If Shilonen was Cryo, she doesn't really do any damage. I guess if she was Cryo, you'd need to change Milani. But we're gonna assume that you get a character that provides as much as Shilonen would in a team like this, but is Cryo. So I'm still gonna assume Petra, even if you obviously can't use Petra. But I just wanna, like, look at what would happen if there was a character that provided as much as the characters we already have, but that, like, worked for Skirk's passive, right? Right. So Shilonen would be about 20% behind. Not all that good. Yeah, that's before looking at the lower average fanfare. True. Bennett. C6 Bennett, right? Around at 110k. So about 10% behind. Actually, no. That's not true. Sorry. 106k. Did you include Noblesse? Yeah, I did. Chevreuse. C6 Chevreuse. C6 Chevreuse would actually be more. Which is kind of crazy to think about. Yeah, I guess you'd have a lot less fanfare then, actually. That's true. So it wouldn't be more. You're right, you're right. This would be like 150 average fanfare instead, so it would be a little bit less. Probably lower than 150? No. I think 150 is pretty reasonable. If you build Chevy on Song of Days Past with a lot of healing. Get an exercise redeem. Let's do that. Alright. Anyways, the point I'm trying to get at is like, if they go out of their way to make a character that is supposed to be able to replace Escoffier, they can, right? As much as Escoffier is amazing, because of the fucking sheer numbers on Skirk's kit, and because the only buff that Escoffier provides is Shred, if they make a character that's much more focused on buffing with no personal damage, it could overtake Escoffier. What makes Escoffier so broken overall is that because she also has personal damage, if your carry isn't as good, she's still performing so well. Wouldn't you just replace Milani? Yeah, that's the next thing though, is that realistically, even if they made another healer, if they were good enough to replace Escoffier, you'd probably rather replace Milani, right? If we lose what Milani provides, but in exchange, we get Bennett. This is just alright better. It is worth noting, though, that you already have so many external attack buffs in these teams, especially because you're using Finale, that Bennett isn't as amazing. He's still good, but he's not as amazing. I think you could argue that the biggest upside of Bennett is that it allows you to not have to build ER on Escoffier, so you don't need Fav on her anymore. You can put her on a damage weapon and build a lot more damage. Yunsun should be better. Yeah, if you could make something with Yunsun, if Yunsun like wasn't reliant on movement, but a character that buffs as much as Yunsun does. We don't have Noblesse, but we have Yunsun C2. We don't have Bennett buff, but we have Yunsun buff. And then we don't have Bennett C6, but we have 65 damage percent from Yunsun C6 plus Cinder City. Yeah, and it's quite a bit better. I'm actually kind of curious about Chevy. Yeah, Chevy would be even better. Even with a Shredder already. Man. Fucking hell, this character's something, huh? Doesn't Chevy C6 only buff Electro and power damage? Yeah, but we're looking at what if there was a character that was Cryo or Hydro that gave as much to the team as X support character, right? Obviously, you're not actually supposed to use Chavez in this team. We're asking, like, if Chavez was a Cryo or Hydro character, how good would she be in this team? Yeah, we can take a look about Farazan and Sarah as well if you want. But I can tell you right now, you're gonna be disappointed. So, I don't remember by heart all the numbers on Farazan. $38.3 damage. TOM, no, Noblesse. $40 crit damage. $30 shred. I guess it's not that bad. And I'm not even including personal DPS on Farazan, which would probably be at around like 5k, maybe a little bit more. Yeah, I guess it's better than I gave it credit for. No, we don't have the shred on this. No, still pretty solid. Anyways. Yeah, and then you guys wanted to know about Sarah as well. Sarah would be on Noblesse. We're gonna assume that you have a character like Sarah that has permanent buff uptime. How much is the buff again? It's 91% of 195 plus 565. 691. Yep. 691. Noblesse. We don't have the Farazan CV, but we have the Sarah C6 CV. We don't have the Farazan damage percent. We don't have the Farazan spread. If you had full uptime on Sarah, it would be actually pretty similar to Farazan. Huh. Interesting. I guess it's because you already have a lot of shred from Escoffier, so it makes the Farazan shred pretty redundant. We also look at Shenhe for comparison. I don't wanna. Attack percent 46.6 times 3, 28. 30 from subs, 20 from TOM, 20 from Noblesse. Crit value is gonna be like nothing. Damage percent. So no Cinder City. No TTDS. We have Noblesse. We have damage percent. We have 30 damage percent on Skirk. We have 0 on Escoffier from Shenhe. We have 0 on Shenhe herself, 0 on Farina. Yeah. Oh, did I forget the 28 damage percent from Farina earlier? I did. Oopsie. Oopsie. Minimum of 28%. Total HP divided by 1,000 times 0.7%. Oh, it's back now. Okay. We also have the shred. Her shred is 15. So this is plus 7.5, so 1.3. Escoffier is not 1.3 average. It's like 1.26-ish average, probably. The attack Quill is going to be this, but with Shenhe's attack and locked. Motion value. 181. No. 171. Plus. Do you burst on Shenhe before or after? After. Because otherwise you lose Shenhe burst uptime on Skirk. Shenhe's burst does not last for very long. 12-second duration is not a lot. 56.3 times 2 times 6. And then we also have the whole D, which is 339.8. Then we have the quills, which are 82.2 times 7. Okay. Did I forget anything? Yeah, we don't have Hydro Resonance anymore. I think that's it. Question mark? No, this is not a real. This is not something you can do. I was doing this combo with Molani EN1 swap, no burst. So if we add Shenhe, we have a long ass burst animation that adds like at least 1.5 seconds to a rotation. This goes to 22. We can probably do the other one. The other rotation, the one that cuts things short, right? You just do 4 and no charge attack. But on a 20-second rotation, it's a little bit better. This is slightly worse than the Milani team, but it's very close. Actually, I didn't account for slightly higher Quar Res uptime. I should. Basically the same thing, yeah. And I don't think I have it in me to calc split rotation stuff. You also might lose some fanfare uptime in this team, because Shenhe burst animation is long. So your fanfare, your burst on Farina might actually run out before Skirk uptime is over. But meh, whatever. But yeah, like this really, Bro really hates Shenhe. I mean, This is what Shenhe's... This is a team DPS on a Shenhe team, more or less, right? It's pretty napkin, so, like, it's not perfect. But it's, like, around that. And this is with Milani. Right? And Milani is a character that literally has no support in her kit. It's literally just a weapon and an artifact set. That's it. Right? Just a weapon and an artifact set on a character that does not buff or do damage is enough to be competitive with Shenhe nowadays. That's really bad. Should I pull Milani for Skirk? No, not at all. Because as nice as the Milani thing looks, it's also not much better than the other options you have. Alright. Mona. I know Mona DPS with TDS is around 2k. We lose this. But in exchange, we get Mona buff, which is actually going to be a little bit more than a half uptime in the shortened rotations, which I think is what you want to do here. So maybe 40% uptime. It won't be half uptime here though, it'll be like 25. Same for this. We also need to add Noblesse. Right? This is Mona. C0. Mona C4. Mona C4 is better. Assuming you're not overcapped on crit. You very well might be, though. This is kind of this is kind of making me want to send a Mona attempt. Where is Mona? She's level 80 right now. Actually, we'll give her this one. We give her Noblesse. Much ER as possible. Should be fine on ER. Just barely, I think. Where is she? Mona! There she is. And my Skirk crit rate is a little too high, right? I'm at 105-ish, right? No, almost 110, but oh well. It is what it is. Look at this. Got it in a second. energy. Mod check. Yeah. Maybe I'm overestimating Mona a little bit. I feel like the Omen uptime isn't as high as I expected it to be. I guess it's because the Omen is getting popped during the animation from the off-field stuff. Huh. Oh well. We didn't crit 3 on 5. Yeah, but I was looking at the individual numbers. I wasn't looking at the enemy HP. Okay. New leakers. First half is the Electro, the Lunar Charge carry with the Hydro support. That's to be expected. Second half is Loma. New artifact set related to EM. The Lunar Charge carry, Polearm user, can't leak name, was ordered to lie about weapon type. What? The fuck does that mean? Okay. Mama, is a Dendro female a DPS or a support? Your source should know, given that it's already in deep testing. Support? How could she be a DPS? What does that mean either? What do you mean, how could she be a DPS? Well, she could be a DPS by them making her a DPS? What? Who translated this? Oh well. Lunar Bloom. Okay, so we already knew this. Durin. 5-star Pyro Sword. Pyro off-field big support. What Durin Vape DPS? Durin is now a meta big support in Nogcry. He can't do lunar reactions. He's here to buff older characters. Plan to be a meta big support to replace Xiangling and Bennett. Oh boy. Replacing both? Listen. All I'm saying is there is a team where the best two characters are either Bennett or Xiangling generally. That's all I'm saying, okay? So if there's a character that's doing both of their roles at once, Verissa's gonna get buffed. Hell yeah! Malika in a Verissa team is so fake, by the way. Like, it's technically real, but it's so fake. Alright? How possible is it that I know enables all lunar? Because it's Hydro? I don't know. I don't know. Great for Chaska too? Alright, lol bro. Or replacement, you can have Verissa, Bennett, Shores, and the new character? Because Eon-san is better than Bennett for Verissa? Yonzon is really good for Varissa, chat. Anyone that's ever played a triple Pyro Varissa team will know. You get burst every, like, every gap year, basically. Without the Electro Resonance. .2 character. According to you, Little Durin went to 6.1, so who's in 6.2? A female character native to Not a Cry. Philomena in 6.3, get to be played next time. And 7.0 comes after 6.7. Utore has no chance of being playable. Good. Yeah, because Hoyo is allergic to having playable characters be outright evil. So if the Torre is playable, it means they're going to give him a redemption arc. And I don't want that. How do you redeem that? I mean, we've talked about this a long time ago. But, like, it's pretty easy to redeem Dottore, right? Dottore is a character that's got a bunch of clones. Or that had a bunch of clones. You could just say that there was one good clone. And it survived the clone purge. And now it's gonna help us. Wow, Dottore redeemed. But it's boring and cringe. Each clone is a segment of him in a different time. Yeah, and you can be like, ooh, he had traumatic experiences as a child which turned him into who he was, and the good clone is the clone from before he had those experiences. I'm not saying that would be good, I'm saying they could do that. Anyways, I don't mind playable Dottore as long as he's the first 3-star character based. Do you think I should use Vivi Chanska instead of Obsidian on the Papilla next Stygian since my Moika is C2? If you're playing Bena Moika Lali, yeah. Alright, chat. You please explain how to properly do CDN1 on Maika? I tried 4 hours, but nothing worked out. Sure. First, just get used to dash canceling your charge attack as early as possible, right after a hit. You can do that with C2D, right? Just to get a feeling for what the timing is for canceling it as early as possible, right? Then eventually you're going to want to do that after the first one instead of the second one, so you can try that too. Like, just try to cancel it as early as you can. And after that, practice on Mawika doing dash, normal, charge attack. So, dash, normal, charge attack. Right here, I fucked it up. I did the normal attack input kind of scuffed. Okay. Dash. Dash. Oops. My muscle memory is already locked on the CDN1, so I keep trying to do that, even though that's not what I'm trying to show. So dash and one normal or charge attack. Dash and one. Oh, here we go. I need to fucking put Chilonen on the team so I can start with burst. And once you've gotten that, you just gotta start doing the combo and practicing it, and it's... Oops. Fucked it up there. It's hard to yap and show at the same time. Alright, but you do the charge attack, dash cancel it as early as possible, and then mash your normal attack button for like a couple seconds. Not a couple seconds, like a couple times. And as soon as the input register, start holding. If you wait for the normal attack animation to start before you start holding, it's not gonna do a charge attack, it's gonna do the N2. Just like that. I think I'm generally doing, I'm not sure if it's 3 or 4. That I mash. I think it's 3. I think I triple click the normal attack and then hold. Like I hold on the third click. You can technically do it just by double clicking. But if you do that, you need to time it. Right? Because your normal attack input won't go through. And you'll just do a charge attack out of your dash immediately. You're supposed to do 5 or 6 of these combos. If you're not getting 6, it's not better than just C2D. So you're supposed to get 6. If you're not able to get 6, just don't bother with the combo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we got a 39k, right? That's how you know that it's 25k when our burst expires. So we know that we got the 6th one before the burst expired. 6 is like frame perfect. No way you need that. It's not frame perfect. There's about from what I looked at, it seems like there's about 7 frames of wiggle room over your rotation. So if you're 1 frame late on each of them, you still get it. But yeah, it's not a lot. It's fine if I get the 6 charge. Yeah, you need to get the 6 charge attack before things expire. If you do that, it's better than C2D. If you don't, it's worse than C2D, so you should just be doing C2D. Especially because C2D is a lot easier to play. By the way, chat, the opening and the ending of the new season of Dun Dun is so disappointing compared to this. So unfortunate. I still haven't gotten around to watching season 2 of Apothecary Diaries. Music is kind of whatever, but the animation is great. I agree. I don't think the animation is better than the season 1 opening. The season 1 opening was actually just a fucking masterpiece. But it is good. Have you watched Psyche K? Yeah. Psyche K is my favorite comedy anime. Nendo is one of my favorite anime characters, like, overall. Favorite characters across all media? I think Nendo makes it. I'm actually not sure. Because I can think of my top 5 anime characters, but I don't know what non-anime characters would compete for my top 5. I wonder if House would. Sung Jin-woo, hard to beat. True. True and real. Yeah. Like, my top 5 anime characters are, in no specific order, Nendo, Mao Mao, Jinshi, Reagan. Probably Mob for the 5th one. Ronald Reagan? Yeah, that's the one. Mob only 5th? I said in no specific order. Top 5 from 3 anime. I mean, yeah, generally, writers that are good at writing characters have more characters that are well written. I think most people whose favorite characters have no overlap in shows are just lying to themselves. They're like, your fifth favorite character is not actually your fifth favorite character. You're giving them a consolation prize because you like them a lot, but you probably like your second favorite character from your favorite show more than you like them, and you're lying to yourself. Can you ask Nick that question, bro? I feel like Nick's top 5 would be like Shao, Hisoka, Sung Jinwoo, Netero. Yeah. But no, the Netero is not actually. I'm telling you right now, okay? Netero is the character pick that he chooses because he's ashamed of the fact that Hisoka is his favorite character from Hunter x Hunter. As he should be, but still. Do any of the Arcane characters make it in the top 10 for you? I don't think so. No. Victor? Definitely not Victor. Victor is one of the worst characters in Arcane, in my opinion. That's not true. Victor in Season 2 is one of the worst characters in Arcane. Season 1 Victor is a really interesting character. Season 2 fucking... Ugh. We got some fucking citizens. How about Kingdom? I watched like the first 2.5 seasons of Kingdom a long time ago when season 3 was airing, and I barely remember it. So I don't have a favorite character in Kingdom. Yeah. I think every character in Season 2 of Arcane is worse than in Season 1 except Echo. Heimer? I like Heimer in Season 1 more than in Season 2. Even if he's less present. Rudis is probably the most relatable to me living a normal life. That is a massive self-report. That is a pedophile. That is a grown man who gets reincarnated and grooms girls to marry him. Please don't say that. Said it's after he becomes an adult. Okay, sure, but like, it doesn't change the fact that he is someone who has groomed multiple people. Ooh, the MC from Mushoku Tensei. And for he's just creepy? It's more than creepy. He's a predator. Most anime characters seem to be perverts. I mean, it's not most anime characters. It's most male MCs in power fantasy anime. You're missing out on a lot of good stuff if that's most of what you watch. That's why Meow is the GOAT. I mean, true. How about Asta from Black Clover? I don't even remember. Asta, like, doesn't have a personality. Like, other than yelling, I don't really remember a character trait that he has. Sorry. Belle? Belle is not a character that's written as a pervert. But the writers are perverts and they put him in perverted situations. Right? Like, the watching experience of watching the things that happens to Belle is fairly similar to watching a pervert MC, but at least you don't hate the main character. That's the only reason why How to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon is, like, somewhat bearable to watch. It's not? I mean, I'm not gonna go out of my way to watch it when I have other fun things to watch. But if I'm completely out of stuff to watch, I'd probably rather watch the new season over rewatching a show I like for the 7th time. Right now, I'm not out of stuff to watch, though, so fuck no. How to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon is perverted circumstances throwing themselves at a wallflower instead of a pervert. Does that really make it sufficiently better? I mean, like I said, the watching experience is fairly similar. But the characters are more likable. Right? How many episodes have you watched of Apothecary Season 2? I watched the first, like, 3 or 4 episodes when they came out, but then I realized I'd prefer waiting until it all came out, and I haven't gone back since. if Hestia wasn't such a weirdo. Yeah, I mean, I don't like Hestia. Hestia is an incredibly unlikable character. But she has less screen time than Belle, so at the very fucking least there's that. Thoughts on Subaru and ReZero? I think it's actually the exact opposite of Danmachi. Danmachi has unlikable and cringe circumstances happening to a fairly likable main character. ReZero is the exact opposite. You hate Subaru because you're supposed to. He's a fucking worthless and pathetic loser. But the story is aware of that, and it treats him like that. It treats him like a loser. I think he's normal. Well, being a loser is normal. Most of us are losers here. No, but Subaru starts out as an incredibly selfish protagonist. And it's all the mistakes that he makes and all the suffering that he goes through that is fun to watch. Subaru is the sort of character that has fake growth. It's not that he actually becomes more reliable or better at interacting or anything like that. It's just that he gets to retry until he fucking unintentionally happens onto the right answer. Subaru is someone who is a noodle thrower, okay? And he's throwing noodles on the wall until one sticks to see if they're cooked, right? A normal character growth arc is you start throwing noodles too early, you learn it's too early, next time you try to make pasta, you throw it a bit later. And a bit later until you start throwing it at around the right time. Right? Subaru just has a refilling pot where whenever he takes a noodle out to throw it at the wall, a new noodle spawns in the pot. And so he doesn't have to learn when to start throwing because he will eventually throw it at the right moment and it will eventually stick. And to everyone else, it's gonna look like he only threw it once because all the noodles are still in the pot. But we as viewers get to see whatever the fuck is happening on the floor right next to the wall. Right? We see that big ass pile of fucking uncooked noodles. And that's where the fun comes in. How is Bro's My Anime List score 6.2 minus 8.1? Because most people, when they don't like a show, just don't rate it. But yeah, and like eventually Subaru starts getting better, but a lot of his like quote unquote growth in the early seasons is not growth. He doesn't grow. And that's why he keeps suffering. He keeps going through all that shit because while characters around him perceive him as someone who's growing, he isn't. He is not growing. He's not learning from his mistakes. He keeps throwing the goddamn noodles too early. And they keep falling on the fucking floor. And we get to see that. I think it's realistic. I agree. I think most people presented with an opportunity to just retry whenever they make mistakes will learn less from their mistakes. Because there's always that second option of trying again. I think Subaru is a very realistic portrayal. That's why I like him a lot as a character while hating him at the same time. Right? Like, I think Subaru is well written as a hateable character. I just didn't enjoy watching ReZero. I mean, that's fine. I didn't know main characters can be written to be hateable. I mean, it's not that they're written in order for you to not like them, but characters that are perfect from the start don't tend to be very interesting. Because there's no room for growth. Subaru's lack of character growth in the early seasons actively helps present him as a flawed character. Because again, right, most people in that situation would not learn from their mistakes, at least at the start. It's gonna take a lot of death before you start to actually properly learn from your mistakes. Thoughts about Tokyo Ghoul MC? I barely remember Tokyo Ghoul, man. That was I watched it such a long time ago. On a read/watch Monster? Man. Monster is probably the worst good show. Monster is an amazing story with snail-like pace that makes you want to shoot yourself in real life. It's not that bad in the manga. I might read it then. But like in the anime, it's so hard to get through the like later half of the episodes. It feels like nothing's happening for so many episodes. It feels like molasses. True! What are your thoughts on Dandadan? Dandadan is one of my 4 10s on my anime list. What are the other 3? Apothecary Diaries, Mob Psycho, and Vinland Saga. Though Mob Psycho, it's seasons 2 and 3, not season 1. I think season 1 is a 9. And Vinland Saga, it's also just season 2, not season 1. Not Freeran, no. I think I have Freeran at a 9. Initially, I give it an 8, but I rewatched it and I corrected it to a 9. Thoughts on Code Geass? Where is FMAB? I don't remember if I have it at 8 or 7. I think I have it at 7. I need to contextualize it with the other... Yeah, I have it at 7. What about Evangelion? I still haven't watched Evangelion. I'm not really tempted, though. I feel like Evangelion is not something you like that much if you watch it after you turn 20. Why is One Piece at a 7? One Piece's best arcs are 9s, but One Piece has a lot of bad arcs. Whole Cake Island brings down One Piece by a full point by itself. Explain JJK Season 2 being a 6. They took the least interesting character in Season 1 of Jujutsu Kaisen, and they made the first few episodes of Season 2 all about that character. Get this fucking white-haired, masked eyes loser off my screen and show me some of the cool characters. Gojo's probably a Nick's top 10. You're so right, by the way. You're so right. I don't remember what I gave it. What I gave season 1. Did I give it an 8 or a 7? I give it a 7. Yeah. Any Hellsing thoughts? I watched a few episodes when I was much younger. It felt kind of meh. I saw your Haikyuu rating, yeah. Haikyuu season 3 at 8. The other 2 seasons at 7. Bocchi the Rock. I don't like Bocchi. Like, it wasn't a bad experience, but compared to what most people think about Bocchi, right? I don't like it. I have it at 7. Bocchi's fun to watch until you think about it, and then you realize the fact that all of Bocchi's like shenanigans are canonically happening means that Bocchi is like canonically the most interesting and fun person to be around objectively in her universe, because she's the only person that shit happens to. And that makes her friendship so much less wholesome. Like, these aren't people being friends with Bocchi, the introvert. These are people being friends with Bocchi, the clown. And that completely ruins the themes of Bocchi for me. It completely ruins it. People don't hang out with Bocchi because of her personality. People hang out with Bocchi because she fucking starts melting out of nowhere, and it's really funny to see. And I think that's so sad, and it sends such a fucking unfortunate message. But yeah, as an introvert, all you have to do to make friends is learn magic. Like, real magic. Or alternatively, completely change the way you act and incorporate that humor in your behavior. AKA, don't be an introvert, loser. I don't know. To me, it's just the fact that Bocchi's shenanigans are canon completely ruins it. It completely ruins it. It's the opposite of Demon Slayer, right? Or the fact that the like cool animation things aren't canon makes it worse. The fact that Bocchi's animations are canon makes it so much worse. Anyways. Kaguya? Kaguya-sama Love is War is alright. I don't love it, but it's mainly just because I don't love rom-coms that much. And if I want to watch a comedy, Kaguya-sama is so much worse than Saikike. Yes, drink water. My DMs are always open for anime suggestions. I wonder what my biggest gap between my score and the overall score is. Like, I wonder if what anime I give a much better score than the overall consensus. I know that Fantasy Knockout I have as an 8. People rank it as a 7. I guess it's not that big of a gap. But I also think that my 8 is the equivalent of most people's 9s or 10s. Like, I probably like the shows I have at 8 as much as most people like the shows they have at 9. Where'd you have Buddy Daddies? I think I had it at 8. Yeah, I had it at 8. Which parts of JoJo have you seen? I've seen everything that got animated. JoJo Part 4 is a 9, and it's the only 9 in JoJo. JoJo Part 5 is an 8. JoJo Part 1 is a 6. JoJo Part 3 is like a 4. Have you watched Girls Last Tour? No, but I've heard good things about it. Maybe I will watch it. Part 3's final episodes are really good. I don't even agree with that. I think Dio as a main antagonist is so much worse in Part 3 than he was in Part 1. Part 3 is like the worst part in every single way, man. Worst JoJo, worst main villain, worst supporting cast. Worst fights, honestly. Only good thing to come out was the introduction of stands. But stands were not interesting in Part 3. I don't think stands were written well enough in Part 3 to be better than the combat systems in Parts 1 and 2. In Part 4, they definitely were. But in Part 3, they hadn't found their groove yet, man. You watched Dead Man Wonderland? I did when I was much younger, but I barely remember it. One Ounce is an OG favorite? Yeah. 1 Ounce is a banger, man. Insane banger. Have you watched So I'm a Spider, So What? Yes. It's alright. Wonder how many people in chat think the ending of AOT is good or bad? That's actually a really good question. Let's make a poll. How was the ending of AOT? Good, bad, didn't watch. Seems like it's about 50-50. But that's because of me. The reason why so many people think it's good is probably because I think it's good. And a lot of people have had their opinions influenced by mine. Complete character assassination for Eren? What do you mean, complete character assassination? In what way was Eren's character assassinated? He was never a good character? I disagree with that. I think Eren is a great character. A terrible person, yes. But a great character. Eren is probably the best character in Attack on Titan. Erwin? Erwin is a viable alternative, I think. Jean as well, I guess, yeah. Sure. Levi? No. I think if you think Levi is a well-written character, you're a Shao main. Levi is a plot device. More so than a character. I conceptualize Levi the same way I conceptualize Uncle Iroh in Avatar. The sort of character that, like, is incredibly helpful to the plot and feels good to watch, but, like, as a character is honestly incredibly boring. Iroh's the sort of character, he's already done all of his growth. There's no real character arc. He exists to create an environment for other characters to go through their character arcs. But he always functions as an external force on their arcs and is never really a character that has any sort of proper involvement. That doesn't make him a bad character, but to me, it does make it a fairly boring one. I think Levi is very much the same in a different way. Levi exists as Levi is basically an eldritch horror for the Titans. Like, Levi exists on a whole ass separate plane of existence. The walls were built to protect the Titans from Levi. Yeah, pretty much. And, like, it serves a useful purpose in the show. Because it feels good to watch the Titans get completely ripped to shreds. But that's pretty much all he does, right? I don't think his backstory is all that interesting. Is that why you don't like Gojo? No. Because I think Levi's execution is good. I don't think Levi is the best character in Attack on Titan, and I think anyone who thinks he's the best character in Attack on Titan is delusional. But I also don't think he's a bad character. He's a character whose purpose is not to be particularly well written. He doesn't serve a purpose as a character within a story. He serves a purpose as a plot device. Like, Levi is not a character in a man versus man conflict. Levi is the nature in man versus nature. Levi's existence just inherently means that titans that encounter him will die. He doesn't feel like a person. He feels like a natural disaster. Same goes for Mikasa. Kinda, but Mikasa's also not very well written and incredibly boring. So, yeah. Levi is a gorilla and 100 men versus a gorilla. True! Aura farming is the reason solo leveling won over Freerun as anime of the year. It's not. Right? I'm not an aura farming enjoyer, but I also think that objectively Freerun mogs Jinwoo in aura. The reason why solo leveling won over Freerun is not because of the aura farming. It's because there's a lot of people that watch anime that are comfortable feeling excitement, joy, and anger, but are not comfortable feeling sadness and nostalgia. And those people will not like Freerun. The emotions evoked by Freerun are not the same as the emotions evoked by solo leveling, and solo leveling evokes emotions that appeal a lot more to a mainstream audience. It's not as popular as solo leveling? Yeah, I mean, but why is it not as popular? It's because of that. Is Freerun really that good? Yeah. I have Freerun at a 9. I don't have a lot of shows at a 9. Like, I've ranked maybe like 5% of the shows I've watched. Because most of the throwaway trash I've watched, I just didn't end up ranking. But I've ranked pretty much every 9 and 10 that I've watched. And out of the, what at this point is hundreds, maybe even reaches into 1,000 of anime I've watched, I have a total of 14 at 9 or higher. And some of those are the second seasons of something, right? So I have 2 seasons of Psyche, so it's 13. I have 3 seasons of Mob Psycho, so it's 11. I have 2 seasons of... No, that's it, actually. Yeah, so 11. I have 11 animes at 9 or higher, and Freerun is one of them. This is more anecdotal, but solo leveling really appeals to people who don't watch anime, who want to get into watching anime. See, that's not actually true. I think that most people who don't watch anime would actually prefer Freerun over solo leveling. But because of the barrier that it is anime, they don't. They don't watch either. Most of the people that overcome that barrier are people that don't have the emotional maturity to grasp Freeren's themes. But like, if I walked up to my mom and I forced her to watch both Freeren and Solo Leveling, she would like Freeren, she would not like Solo Leveling. Like, the average person will like Freeren more than Solo Leveling, 100%. But my mom isn't gonna go out and watch Freeren by herself. It's not on Netflix, why would she? You know? It is? Is it on Netflix in Canada? Is Freeren on Netflix Canada? Yes! Oh my god, wait. Maybe I should tell my mom to watch Freeren. Apothecary Diary, yeah. Apothecary Diaries would also be a good recommendation. But yeah. I think a lot of people have this perception of, oh, the best, like, first anime to watch are the ones that are more generic. I don't think that's true at all. I think that it's just that most people that will go out and ask the question, how should I get into watching anime, are people that are that find appealing the mainstream perception of anime, which is the generic anime. But if you're someone who doesn't watch anime, and the reason why you're tempted by the concept of getting into anime is because you hear someone sing the praises of a really good anime, rather than because you remember fondly watching episodes of Naruto on the television as a child, then I don't think those generic shows are actually that good of a place to start. What do you think is the best starter anime for each genre? Comedy is difficult. Because a lot of the good comedies have a decent amount of meta-contextual humor that references anime tropes. Like, in my opinion, Saiki K is the best comedy anime, but I don't think you'd find it that funny if you've never watched anime before. Gintama is unwatchable if you're new to anime. Completely unwatchable. Maybe it's Kaguya-sama. It is a pretty good one, I think. Grand Blue. I still haven't watched Grand Blue, so I don't know. One Punch Man? No, I don't think One Punch Man is a great one to start with. It's not bad, but it's not good either. I think something like Spy Family is really simple. I don't know if Spy Family is really comedy. Like, it has a fairly comedic premise, but it's not really a comedy show. It's kind of like fantasy slice of life. At least that's how I categorize it in my head. Yeah. So comedy, probably Kaguya-sama. Action. Finland's okay. Maybe I should separate action between shonen and seinen. I think seinen action would be Vinland Saga, yeah. Shonen action, I'm not sure though. Shonen has to be mob? I don't think so. Mob is amazing and it's a fine one to start with, but I don't think it's the best one to start with. Oh yeah, actually, that's a good take in chat. It might be Haikyuu. It actually might be Haikyuu. That's a good take. It's action. Haikyuu is the same genre as Naruto. That's my hot take of the day. All right. Isekai. Is isekai a genre? It's more a trope than a genre. I feel like isekai is just a subtype of fantasy adventure. And the few isekais that are not a subtype of fantasy, that are not fantasy adventure, feel incredibly different from the isekai that are. So I just grouped it under fantasy adventure. I wonder what fantasy adventure first recommendation would be. Freerun? Yeah, I think. But again, maybe we also need to separate fantasy adventure. No, you know what? Freerun is not fantasy adventure. Like, technically it is, but it just doesn't have the same vibes. Cautious hero for isekai? No. Most definitely not. My god. Cautious hero is bad. I think if you're someone who hasn't watched anime before and you watch Cautious Hero, you will have a permanently warped perception of anime and of people who like anime as perverts and predators. Cautious Hero is a power fantasy for people who hate women. It has cartoonishly evil women that do the most evil things for no reason, just so that you can feel justified in hating them as much as possible. It's not the only isekai that does that, but it's the most popular one that does that. Is it that bad? Basically, the whole premise... Oh, wait! Am I an idiot? I am an idiot. Oh my god. I know that the word you said was cautious, but my brain interpreted it as shield, because shields they fulfill the same purpose as caution. Fuck. God, bro, maybe I'm tired, man. Jesus Christ. All of the things that I've said were about Shield Hero, not Cautious Hero. Cautious Hero is kind of whatever. It's forgettable slog. Evil women actually best USP for my buy little heart. What is USP? But no, they're not evil women in attractive ways. Right? They're evil women in like off-putting and creepy ways. Like the women in Shield Hero are, yeah. Unique selling point, I see. Like, it's not even that they're that much more evil, it's that the evil acts they do are exactly how incels think women act. If you like evil women, that is not what you want to watch. What's a good example of something that has really compelling evil women? Chainsaw Man? Yeah, I suppose you could say Chainsaw Man. I'm not caught up to Chainsaw Man, though. I didn't watch it, I only read it. Tsukimichi the Goddess? Nah. I think the Goddess in Tsukimichi is kind of a cartoonish interpretation of an evil character. She's not really compelling. Annie from Attack on Titan? I think simplifying Annie's character as evil is character assassination. Characters in Attack on Titan are a lot more complicated, and I don't think... Okay, maybe Eren. But I don't think anyone other than Eren can be, like, actually just categorized as outright evil. I think Makima can be categorized as outright evil. And I think she's a really compelling character. Anyways, best isekai is Mujoku Tensei? No. Alright? Even if you somehow manage to get over the fact that you're watching a pedophile do pedophile things, right? And you just only look at the good points, I don't think it's that good. It's actually fairly average. What do you think is the best isekai? Isekai can be classified in different genres, so I think it's kind of hard to compare them against one another. But my favorite comedy isekai is Fantasy Knockout, and my favorite drama isekai is Ascendance of a Bookworm. I don't know if there's any like purely adventure isekai that I think is a better adventure isekai than Fantasy Knockout. Konosuba clears for comedy. It doesn't. Konosuba is the sort of show that is really funny when you watch it at 15 years old, and then you rewatch it as an adult and you're like, will they ever make a joke other than haha boobs? Oh my god, they innovated this episode. It was haha panties. So is the Family Guy of anime? No, because Family Guy is crass, but it's not hammering in the same jokes as much as Konosuba does. What's the premise of Fantasy Knockout? It's a story about two middle-aged guys that are friends that get isekai together, and one of them is turned into a hot girl. And they're asked to go kill the demon lord, but they kind of don't really want to because they can't be bothered because they're actually realistic portrayals of working adults that in a situation where they are transported into a fantasy world would just be like, all right, man, let me just, like, I don't know, find some food and housing, I guess, and a job, perhaps. And so the goddess that isekai'd them is like, all right, I gotta give you guys some motivation. I'm the goddess of love. I'm gonna curse you guys to fall in love with each other. Unless you go and kill the demon lord. And so their journey begins. And they have to go and kill the demon lord before falling in love with this guy. It's such a banger. What's the name? Life with an Ordinary Guy Who Reincarnated into a Total Fantasy Knockout. But you could just think of it as Fantasy Knockout. And Fantasy Knockout is not the sort of show that is good for people that have never watched anime, because a lot of the humor comes from subversions of isekai tropes. Fantasy Knockout is what Konosuba is trying to be without the tit jokes every 3 seconds. Like, it's like, people refer to Konosuba as a satirical take on an isekai. It's not. Alright, it's just dog shit isekai slop that pretends like it's satire, but just revels in this in the tropes. Kind of like Eminence and Shadow, right? Fantasy Knockout actually is an example of a satirical take on the isekai genre, and it's actually good and it's actually funny. Also, their relationship is so fucking wholesome. God, and it doesn't feel like either of them is like, I'm jealous of both of them for having a friend like the other. Like, I wish I had a homie like Jinguji, and I wish I had a homie like Tachibana. Like, both of them are such good friends to each other. I love them. I love them so much. You have Nick. Nick ain't shit compared to Jinguji or Tachibana. Alright, I'm stuck with that loser. Yeah. I wonder what the best, like, non-satiric, like, the best straight take on isekai fantasy adventure would be. I wonder what my favorite one is. I don't know, actually. Slime? I mean, Slime is fine. Okay, actually, if we're counting Iruma-kun, it's probably Iruma-kun. But it's leaning a bit more in the slice of life angle. Hmm. Okay, you know what, actually? I need to reevaluate this one. This one's a 7. It might be wrong way to use healing magic, actually. Thoughts on Edgerunners? Ruined by the last episode, or 2 episodes. Man, how ruined. The 2 episodes are just too fucking bad, man. They're just awful. Chat, stop talking about porn in chat, please. ORV is peak. ORV doesn't have an adaptation, though. I also would not classify ORV as like the same sort of fantasy adventure as the isekai fantasy adventure. To me, dungeon is a genre of itself, and I'd classify ORV there. Like system / dungeon. Is ORV the best one in that trope? It might be. Dungeon is a genre, but isekai is not? Bro, what? It's basically just like... Isekai does not feel different from non-isekai fantasy when you watch it. It doesn't. It has the exact same vibes. Whereas dungeon stories have wildly different vibes from default fantasy. No, they don't. I mean, I think they very much do. It's like urban fantasy, basically, right? Medieval fantasy versus urban fantasy, basically. If we really want to be technical about it, right? Most of the when people think about the isekai genre, they generally think about medieval fantasy isekai. And what I'm referring to as dungeon shows is urban fantasy shows. The world's best engineer. Is that the fucking stupid ass localized name for greatest estate developer? It is, right? Yeah, I reread greatest estate developer recently, and it definitely holds up. And I think reading Greatest Estate Developer finally made me understand why people have waifus. Like, I used to not really get it, but I think I get it now. Explain? Bro, that Empress... She is the GOAT, yeah. Or queen or whatever. I don't know. I don't remember if she's an empress or a queen, but whatever. I did not say empreg. Please. What anime? It's not an anime, it's a manhwa. Which character? I don't remember what her name is. She's the Empress. Magentano is her last name. Alicia, right. Her. There's also, like, this is not from the manhwa. This is from, like, promotional material for the novel. This design is so much worse. The manhwa design is so much better. Manhwa design captures her personality much better. It really does. Like, she actually is the fucking goat. And just the way she's drawn is like, the author's not afraid of making her look, or the artist, I guess, is not afraid of making her look like she's not just like fucking face full of makeup, like perfect. Like, there are scenes where it looks like she's kind of like not, I don't know. She's ripped too. Yeah, she is ripped. Yeah, right. Like this. This. She actually looks like a fighter. Yeah. What manga is that? This is not manga, it's manhwa, but it's the greatest estate developer. You're very bold to scroll in the images tab for an anime character. I mean, yeah, but also she's the sort of character that has vibes that put off incels. So I'm not that worried. Do you have a manhwa list? I don't. I feel like Hoyo wanted Maoika to be like the Empress, but completely felt. That's actually so true. That's actually such a good way to think about it. The Empress in Greatest Estate Developer is exactly what Hoyo wanted Maoika's character to be like. Actually, yeah, you cooked, Saluna. Insane cook. But yeah. I also reread The Loud of Count's Family, or Loud of the Count's Family, whatever, lately. And it also held up. It's also kind of a banger. Because those two are like the pretty much first recommendations you'll see if you want to get into manhwa, other than fucking dog shit ass solo leveling. And they are so much better than solo leveling, man. Holy shit. You guys are convincing me to give Greatest Estate Developer a chance. It's good, actually. What the fuck is MILF Hunter in another... What is bro yapping about? That... Googled it, it's porn. I see. I see. Yeah, let do what you want. $66,666 years reincarnated as a dark mage is honestly so good. Is it? Should I read it? Maybe I'll read it. I think I didn't read it because it had a name that sounded exactly the same as another thing I'd already read, so I felt like I'd already read it, but I don't think I have read it. It's like solo leveling, but a tier above. I see. So many monohas have such generic names, yeah. Please read how Aureliana ended up at the Duke's Mansion. I have. It was pretty good. Wasn't my favorite Josei manhwa, but it wasn't bad either. Actually, what is my favorite Josei manhwa? I'll scroll through Josei manhwa on my anime list and see if there's anything. Oh, manhwa and manga, I suppose. Anything I read that I really liked. Okay, this is not sorted by score. This is sorted by popularity. Otherwise, this shit would not be here. Also, what do you mean this is tagged as Josei? What the fuck? There is no shot. So they don't have a lot of manhwa scored high. Most of this is manga. Maybe... Oh, maybe... Advanced search. Like, type manhwa. Select genres. Oh, no, select demographics, Jose. Yeah. Sort by score. What? They only have 5? Okay, something's clearly wrong here. Oh. A lot of them are probably wrongly tagged as shoujo, actually. Or just not tagged at all. Why is it not letting me search? Do I have to select something? Can I not just search manhwa? Fine. Wait, what if I just exclude kids? Maybe that's gonna work. Yeah, it's loading. Alright, bet. Yeah, so the highest scored one is greatest estate developer. Honestly, that's kind of based. Solo leveling is way higher than it should be, but at the very least, thankfully, technically lower than ORV. Same score that shows up, but the hidden decimals make ORV higher. Which is good. As it should be. Hmm. Do they really have I Love Amy classified as manhwa? That is wild, by the way. That's crazy. But okay, I guess. I guess maybe A Stepmother's Martin would be my favorite Josei manhwa. Perhaps. Probably. Actually, no. Now that I think about it, both Your Eternal Lies and Charlotte's Letter would probably fall under the Josei umbrella. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Is Charlotte's Letter the book about the pig talking to a spider? That's Charlotte's Web. Mother's Contract Marriage is really good too. Yeah. I think it's the only thing I have ever read that managed to make me cry in the first chapter. Which series? Mother's Contract Marriage. Do you guys want some recommendations for manhwa that's worth reading? And why it's worth reading? Greatest Estate Developer is worth reading. It's like... How do I... Greatest Estate Developer is probably the manhwa equivalent of what people think about FMAB in, for anime. It's not exactly the same, like, genre and vibes as FMAB, but, like, in terms of popularity and overall perception and, like, writing quality, it's pretty similar, I think. ORV is what Solo Leveling is desperately trying to be. ORV, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, has all the same upsides as Solo Leveling, but within an actual good story and with actually interesting characters that have compelling qualities and flaws. If you like Solo Leveling, it's because you haven't read ORV. You will much prefer ORV. The only downside to ORV is that it makes you realize just how dog shit Solo Leveling is in comparison. And sometimes ignorance is bliss. So if you don't want to be confronted with that reality, maybe don't read it, but I would recommend it. Who Made Me a Princess is another thing I'd recommend. Complete 180 in terms of vibes. I'm gonna try to think of a mainstream anime that has similar vibes. I don't know if there is. I actually think it has the same vibes as Ghibli stories. Or Ghibli. I don't know how you're supposed to say it. I think that's the best way I can describe it. I Love Amy isn't manhwa, but it's pretty good. It's thriller slash romance slash horror slash wholesome story. And it's kind of a banger. Why Aureliana ended up at the Duke's Mansion is the gateway drug to Josei reincarnation stories. It has an anime adaptation, so you can watch that if you want. Otome. It's not exactly Otome. That's Who Made Me a Princess? No. I don't think Who Made Me a Princess is anywhere close to the same sort of vibes. What else? What else? The Stellar Swordmaster is the sort of vibes between shonen and seinen that Jujutsu Kaisen is trying to go for, but in a good story. Wait, actually? The Stellar Swordmaster feels like Arcane. I think that's a much better sales pitch. Okay. Warning. This is my first thing that I will say you should not watch or read. Don't read this fucking garbage, okay? But more than that, if you end up reading it on Webtoon, don't read the comments, okay? The fan base for this is bad. Incels in the comments? No, not at all. The comment section of The Remarried Empress is where all the socially inadequate women gather. Right? It's not the same people as the people that watch Mushoku Tensei or shit like that. But like, bro, it is bad. Femcells? It's not femcells. Like, it's not the same sort of, like, Femcells is not something that there's not that many of them, man. Like it. Give us an example. Okay, so basically, the remarried empress follows the story of a woman who is the empress or queen, empress of a nation, and whose husband falls in love with another woman and brings her in as a concubine. And that woman that he falls in love with is like probably the most hated fictional character on the webtoon platform. I think that's a reasonable statement. I think anyone who's read the comment section on the webtoon for the remarried empress would agree. I'm actually curious if there's comments here that hate on her. They don't. That's surprising. This bitch Rasha. That's pretty tame, actually. That is quite tame for the comments. I typed in remarried empress fandom, and the first thing I saw was we've got to stop putting people down for having been slaves. Yeah. Anyway, this character, okay? The concubine that the new emperor falls into love with, okay? She's, and this is spoilers, but you shouldn't read it, so I don't give a shit. She is an escaped slave whose only lifeline is the affection of the emperor. She has a child born of sexual assault from her old master. And, like, people hate her for it. All she's doing is trying to survive, but because the story is told from the perspective of the Empress, she is a villain, right? She's an antagonist. She's threatening the position of the Empress. But it's bad, like, how much people hate her. And that's because of the way that the story presents her. It's bad, man. Are you saying the hate is unwarranted? I mean, yeah, pretty much. It's like a 13-year-old logic. Yeah, but I don't even blame them that much, because, like, it's the writer's fault. Like, they constantly and consistently frame the story to make her look like she's being evil and shit. But, like, yeah, it's bad. The story itself is also trash. Yeah, it's also not a very good story. I agree. Anyways. Is it okay to glaze SSS Suicide Hunter here? Sure. I dropped it though. Sorry. I'd say Doombreaker is probably something worth checking out. Doombreaker is the single only story intended for a male audience that has an actually decent romantic plotline. I think. Probably. It's the only one I can think of, at least. How much do you like the contractual relationship trope? Eh. I don't mind the contractual relationship trope, but I think that most of the archetypical male leads are so fucking boring. The formula of the male lead saying, wow, how interesting she is on chapter 8, and then blushing because of close proximity on chapter 20, only to ask themselves, what is this feeling? And to them realizing they like the female lead on chapter 30. If I say it one more time, I'm gonna do bad things to someone. It's such a boring formula, man. It's so bad. And that's what most contractual relationship manhwas use as their romantic development. That's why I fucking love Your Eternal Lies, by the way. Like, the starting point of the romance in Your Eternal Lies is a girl who was in love with a war hero as a child from the propaganda, basically, and the things she heard on the radio, and who still kind of is to some extent, but is now old enough to realize that the propaganda isn't the same as what she was told. And actually, no, I can't say what the starting point of the of the male lead in Your Eternal Lies is, because that's spoilers as fuck. Go read Your Eternal Lies. It's so fucking good. It's so good, actually. Okay, you know what? No, I need to talk about it. So spoilers, okay? If you don't plan on reading it, it's fine. But if you want to read it, I would highly recommend going into it blind. So you should mute the stream for a little bit. The starting point of the male lead is... So, okay. Premise of the story, right? A woman is being transported to a high-security prison where she's going to be left to die. Because she keeps escaping from prison after being convicted to 50 years in prison for the murder of her husband. And the person in charge of her transport by boat to that high security prison is someone who was a war hero. And it's right after the war has ended. He is from the same town as she was, and during the war, he had to make a tactical decision that made it so that their hometown was wiped off the map by enemy bombs. And she is the only person from that town who survived because that attack happened right after her escape from that prison. And so their starting point is, to her, he was the symbol of hope during the war. She fell asleep to his radio broadcasts, reassuring the population that they were going to win. And to him, she was the thin line that kept his psyche just barely holding together, as at least not everyone died because of me. You don't know that yet at the start, though, right? You know more or less about her situation, but his you're not aware of. That's something you learn of in flashbacks later on. And what a fucking wild starting point for a romance it is, by the way. Both of their perception of the other started off in such an unhealthy way. And it's so compelling, man. None of that fucking... interesting bullshit, man. It's such an interesting relationship. And it's so well explored. What was the name again? Your Eternal Lies. Anyways, spoilers over, yeah. But yeah, just go watch it. Go read it. It's so fucking good. It's insane. Do you like Couple Breaker? I don't know. I haven't read it. Something I started reading recently is called Lethal Romance. It's kind of a banger. It's a rom-com where the male lead is the archetypical highly successful fucking rich son of a CEO romance male lead, and the female lead is the archetypical protagonist of a cultivation Murim revenge story. And it's very funny. What is Murim? It's like Chinese martial arts. It's a comedy, it's a rom-com. It's a banger. I recommend it. Completed? It is completed, yes. I haven't finished it, though. One room ta. I don't know what one room ta is. Oh, that's porn. Okay, never mind. Sorry. 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 My bad. It's not porn. I mean, it's tagged erotica. So, I'm gonna assume you're just lying. Anyways, oh, recommendation that I haven't seen in here yet, but that I think is worth reading. Beware the Villainous is probably my favorite, like, non-subversive villainous story. Um, it's a banger. Also, it is completed. That is true. Oh, Spark in Your Eyes. Um, might be my third favorite manhwa. Insane banger. Um, it's a drama fantasy story, but if I were to tell you what vibes it resembles for like mainstream anime stuff, I'd say that it's got similar vibes to A Silent Voice. Kekwe, yeah. It's good. I highly recommend it. Drama stories that focus on forgiveness are just so interesting. They're good. I like them. To Be an Actor was a pretty decent one. It's actually one of the few manhwas that I feel like it kind of got carried by how good the translation was. But like the dialogue is really good. Manhwa could never, yeah, bro. Chinese manhwa translation is always so fucking dog shit. Jesus Christ. What else should I recommend? I don't know if I should recommend The Villainess Turns the Hourglass. It was a fun read, but the antagonist is so one-dimensional. But if it's your first, like, revenge regression story, you'll probably like it a lot. Oh! 100%. Ending Maker. Ending Maker is an omega banger, actually. Actual omega banger. It's one of the very few romance stories where it doesn't feel like there's a protagonist and a love interest, but it feels like there's two deuteragonists. That's so rare, man. It's so rare. But it feels like both of the leads are fully fledged characters. Yeah, we don't talk about the hiatus, okay? I know. I know. I know. What do you recommend for a new guy to manhwa/manga? What genres do you like? What genres do you feel like reading? I like all genres. You gotta give me something. What's a fairly popular story, or at least a story that like I'll be aware of, that you liked and where you'd want to read something with vibes similar to it? One Piece. Oh boy, vibes similar to One Piece. NPCR answer, yeah. Hmm. Depends on what you like in One Piece. Yeah, I guess that's true. One Piece has like, it can be described in so many different ways. And do you have anything a little more specific? Actually, who's your favorite One Piece character? Any manga you like with a lot of suspense but with a good outcome, not ending in despair or some shit? Charlotte's Letter. Your Eternal Lies. My two favorite manhwas are both quite suspenseful. Zoro. Okay. You'd probably like ORV then. Oh yeah. Oh man. This one is so hard to recommend because I'm gonna be so for real with you guys. I fucking hate the art. But the story's kind of good. You show the art. This is what the male lead looks like. It's like the lips blend into the face in a way that makes me deeply uncomfortable. Okay. Loud of Count's family, also a banger. Um, this, by the way, this is a wholesome childcare story masquerading as an action adventure fantasy. It'll make you feel all warm and fuzzy inside. That sounds like Spy Family? No. 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 Goon. What the fuck is a goon? Oh boy. Um. Hmm. Yeah, Bora the Villainous, I've already talked about. Oh, that's a back-to-back. The Academy's Undercover Professor in Absolute Regression. Academy's Undercover Professor is Imagine Spy Family if Lloyd, that's his name, right? Lloyd didn't meet Yor and Anya. It's Spy without the family part. It's a it was pretty compelling, pretty interesting. Absolute Regression is probably just, it's probably the Mirim story that has the most immaculate vibes. This is what a martial arts protagonist should be like. Hmm. Any other major recommendations? I don't know. I think we might be running out of like the things I default to for recommendations. There's obviously a bunch of other things that I enjoyed, but probably not to the point that I'd recommend them outside of what I've already talked about. I stole the first ranker's soul. It's fine. The urban fantasy with a female protagonist, which is pretty rare. Uh, oh, I think I've talked about this one a few days ago, actually. Villain with a Crush. Um, pretty fun one. Pretty fun rom com. Um, is it finished? It is, yeah. What can I compare it to? I don't know. But it's good. I like it. Uh, oh, you know what? This one actually had a really interesting setting. It just it The setting isn't like all that original, but it just feels like it was executed well. Like they knew what makes the popular tropes work and what parts are replaceable. Also, it was nice to read something where the characters' names weren't just like fucking Daniel and like the most fucking European like British specifically names. What's wrong with people named Daniels in chat? Can I ask a dumb question? Sure. Oh, actually, chat, I started reading something yesterday, and it had the worst names I have ever seen. By far, okay? The male lead's last name is Child. His brothers are named Lemon and Green. And one of the knights is named Children. Children. The guard to the child children. Dude. It was so bad. It was so bad. So bad. It's the worst names I have ever seen. And then they get dogs, and the dog's name is like Laura and Lara. And the children are named Green! It's like if your name is Peanut and your dog's name is Robert. Like nah. I can't. I actually dropped it because of the names, by the way. Cause like most of the time, the capitalization in Monoa is unclear. Like the fonts they use capitalize every letter. And so I outright could not tell when children referred to the children or the guy whose name was Children. And it's so hard to follow, because like you have to reread the sentence a couple times to be like, ah. Oh. It's so disruptive and I hate it. I hated it. Nice. Anything else? There's a few things that I could recommend if they weren't canceled, but the fact they got canceled is kind of tragic. Like Yongsa High Dungeon Raiders is actually kind of good, but it's like 40 episodes and it got canceled. So I don't get it. I don't want you to go through the same frustration I went through, you know? Hmm. I don't think I'd recommend I Became a Doting Father. It just drags on too much. Hmm. 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 Oh, this one actually looks kind of promising, but there's like 10 episodes out, so can't really recommend it. Um, uh, okay, I'm actually really surprised that Traces of the Sun is not above 7.4 on my anime list. I feel like there's no way. Maybe I just missed it. Wait, what? The fuck is Traces of the Moon? That's not the same thing. Is it just not there? Traces of the Sun. It's outright just not on my anime list. That's crazy. That's something I'd recommend too. Traces of the Sun. It's it's another urban fantasy. This one with traumatic romance. But the romance is kind of a minor aspect of it. Is it the boys love one? Yeah, it is. It's more about the trauma than about the romance. Oh, yeah. I'll Save This Damn Family is also kind of a banger. Although, I'm not caught up, and it falls off hard after the first season. Like, hard. But season 1 is a banger. Do you listen to music while reading? No, I don't. I do not. Marshall Master Wakes Up as a Concubine is a pretty funny rom-com. I'll Master This Family is a good childcare / reincarnation manhwa. It is not childcare. Just because the child, the protagonist is a child does not make it childcare. What recommendation do you have for Toxic Yuri? I don't know, man. Well, this one was actually also pretty nice. The Knight and Her Emperor was a nice one. This is probably the only manhwa I can think of that has a female protagonist where one of the plot points is that the protagonist is not or does not look very feminine. That doesn't just say that while still drawing the female protagonist looking pretty feminine. Because usually they want to have their bread and eat it too, have their cake and eat it too, where like the protagonist is supposedly something, but they know that drawing them that way will make them less attractive, and it'll sell less. So they just tell you that they're like that, and then they just don't actually draw it like that. It's not the case here, right? Like, let me... Right? This is what the main character looks like. Is that a girl? Yeah, it is. But yeah. Oh yeah, okay. Another warning of don't read this shit. Don't read this shit. Do not read this shit. Murim RPG Simulation is probably the worst thing I've read since I started reading manhwa. It's so fucking bad. It's a protagonist that's utterly and irredeemably fucking evil, but it's like the story doesn't even realize it. I just could not read it, man. Like Genshin? No. The main character, like the Traveler, is selfish, but they're not like the pinnacle of evil, the incarnation of Satan. Like they're just a pretty selfish and shitty person, right? This guy is the incarnation of Satan. But it does not feel like the story perceives his actions as wrong. Anyways, Oh yeah, this one made me real uncomfortable. But not because, like... It made me real uncomfortable, but it was trying to make me real uncomfortable. Well, we'll read the synopsis for this one. When the king offers Eric Cledenet his own sister's hand, and by the way, here, bad wording, okay? The king is not offering this guy to marry this guy's sister. He's offering to marry, like, the king's sister. This is not incest. He's not marrying his own sister, he's marrying the king's sister. Very, very poorly worded sentence. Anyways. His own sister's hand in marriage for his meritorious deeds in battle, he didn't expect to get saddled with a limping, drooling woman like Miesa Esquilier. Driven insane by her brother's physical and psychological torture, Miesa rolls around on the ground, spills food all over herself, and screams unintelligibly as a way of communicating. But sometimes, Eric catches a flash of shrewd understanding behind these vacant eyes. Is Miesa truly as mad as everyone thinks? Or is she hiding something? The theme is deeply uncomfortable, but I think it explores it in a way that's fairly respectful. That sounds good. I did lean more towards liking it than disliking it. But it's not something I'd blindly recommend. This one is probably my favorite childcare story. Yet another urban fantasy, but this time it's in the childcare like subgenre. This is a regression story about the dad of a bad girl, basically. Who regresses to back when the villain girl was a child. Yeah, I already talked about Lethal Romance earlier. You guys said I should read this, right? I'll keep the tab open. Hmm. Yeah. I think we're getting into a lot of trash. So that might be it for the recommendations for now. Maybe I'll do one more. Last one. Maybe we're not gonna find anything else, honestly. We're getting pretty low. Low. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know, chat. I don't know. Yeah. I think oops all trash, yeah. Yeah. I already talked about Charlotte's letter. But I didn't talk about it at length, so it's I guess it's a fine way to it's a fine ending note. Charlotte's letter is my second favorite manhwa after Your Eternal Lies. Same artist. Um we can read the synopsis. Charlotte, a bookworm who dreams of becoming a writer, starts her new job as a maid for Lord Matthew and his sister Lady Anna, the last remaining members of the Parvins family. Her ability to write catches the attention of them both. Now, for Matthew, she is tasked to write letters pretending to be him. While for Anna, she must secretly report on Matthew's day-to-day affairs. Putting pen to paper has never been so difficult. What will become of Charlotte when the Parvins family's twisted deceptions come to light? Can't find the My Anime list for Page for Your Eternal Eyes. I don't think it's on my anime list. Yeah, it's just outright not. Like, they don't have it. Anyways, so that's gonna be it for today. I hope you had a good time on this less Genshin focused day. Tomorrow, maybe we'll do this only ask the Zajef, perhaps. Maybe. What the fuck is this? I just saw the thumbnail for the Natlan retrospective video. This is a return to form. My goodness, that's one of the best thumbnails Sam's ever. Anyways, Natlan meta retrospective. So as usual, if you can find it through YouTube, it helps more with the algorithm. The video has been posted. If you're too lazy to go find it directly on YouTube, I understand. Here's the link. Go watch it. Leave a like, comment, subscribe. Tell me what you think about the thumbnail. And I'll see you guys.